Hello?
All right, we ready for another one? Oh yeah, let's go. Yeah, just one.
Hello? What?
Are you good? On the camera?
Something's not right. Alright, here, put these on. Hello? You did? All right, welcome to our live coverage of the Herriman versus Bingham women's basketball game, sophomore game. We're about 2 minutes in here. It's currently 2-1 with Herriman. We're about 2 minutes into the first quarter here. Herriman is going to take it down, looking for a shot, making their move, directing traffic. She goes for it and just misses. It'll be Bingham ball here. Goes cross court. Trying to draw out the defenders here. Goes for the shot and goes off the rim. Get the rebound. Go for another shot and it's good.
Alrighty, folks. Good block there by Addison Freeland. All right, there's a foul on the Lady Mustangs. Ball is stolen away, brought the other direction, and then gets batted away by number 35 for the Mustangs, but she commits a foul, so we'll be going to the free throw line for 2 here for Bingham. Her first shot is no good. We're going to get a sub here for Bingham. We don't have names for this first game, but JV and varsity, we do get roster sheets, so hopefully you know the number of your player. Get a little bit of a funny moment there. We get a sub coming in, so she throws the ball and it bounces off another one of the players' heads. But yeah, like I said, hopefully you know your player's number if you're here for the sophomore game. We'll have rosters for the next 2. That pass was to Addison Freeland. It gets tipped away, but she's able to get her hands back on it along with number 5 from Bingham. So they are able to force the jump ball, and they're going to get that pass in there. And then another pass to Addison Freeland is no good. It gets stolen away by number 5, who just caused that jump ball a second ago. She makes a nice cross-court pass. And then that pass down low is stolen away by number 21, Kennedy Brown, I believe. Kennedy and Addison both play on all 3 levels for the Mustangs. So Ashlyn Alphin, number 25, also plays at all 3 levels for the Mustangs. And she is going to sit here. She gets a sub. And then she's going to get replaced by Shelby Ulabari. She also plays on all 3 levels. That pass gets stolen away by Haley Hilton. Shelby brings it up the court, passes it to Haley in the corner for a 3, and that is good. Pardon my voice crack, that is good. Score is now 7-4 in favor of the Mustangs. Bit of a miscommunication there as that ball gets passed out of bounds. Thought the lady was going to cut the other direction, but instead she went toward the hoop. Ball goes out, and Bingham calls a timeout. So we'll be back in a few seconds. All right, so Ulabari brings it up the court and she passes it over in the a lot of action up top. We've got 6 players all above the 3-point line. And a nice drive there by the Mustangs, ends up getting swatted away by number 20 for Bingham. That inbound pass by Ulabari is stolen away and brought the other direction. Number 20, who just committed the foul, ends up putting in the easy layup for 2, making it 7-6. It's now only a 1-point game with 2:30 left to go in the first. We got a bucket by the Mustangs, and they finally started the clock, and that's a missed 3, but it is rebounded and put in for the reverse, making it a 1-point game yet again. All right, going back the other direction for the Mustangs with 1:20 left to go, and number 20 is going to commit a foul for the Miners. So we're going to get this ball thrown into Kennedy Brown. He's going to give it to Ulabari. Ulabari drives left, gives it back to Brown. Brown pass fake over to the wing, and that's stolen away by 20 for the Miners, and she just loses the ball in the dribble, and it's going to go the other direction. Number 23, Kyla, is going to check in for the Mustangs. Kennedy Brown drives right, gives it back to Kyla. Kyla dribbling around. Deep 3, no good, rebounded by Hilton. Hilton goes up for the putback and gets fouled. That is going to be the 5th team foul on the Miners. And Hilton will shoot 2. And that second shot is good, giving them a 10-8 lead with 48.8 left to go in the first. The Mustangs doing their best to double team every time someone gets a ball. Good help defense there. Absolutely nowhere to go. 20's pass is blocked, but luckily it goes right into her hands. And it actually gives her the space to drive baseline and pass to the block for a nice little layup there. Good hustle to save the ball by number 10 for the Mustangs. And Kyla's going to shoot the last second shot, and it's just off the back of the rim. No good. So the end of the first quarter here, it's going to be a wash, 10-10. We've got 2 and 4 fouls for each team. It'll be 2 for the Mustangs, 4 for the Miners. And we'll be back here in about 1 minute. You can't see anything right now. Oh, a little far on the camera. There we go. And a quick bucket by the Miners, giving them a 12-10 lead quickly out of the break. Kyla Talbot's going to come, bring it up, give it to Haley Hilton. Hilton's going to pull up for a nice mid-range jumper and absolutely drain that one. Oh, and then Kyla narrowly misses the steal. We got a wide open three for the Miners, and that is good. That's going to give them a 3-point lead. Kyla's bringing it back up the court. Over to number 44, over to Hilton. Over to Alfin. Hilton. And just a reminder, I don't have a roster sheet, so I don't know all the players' names. However, there are quite a few that play in JV and varsity where I do have a roster sheet, so I am able to recognize those players, and I'll use their names when I can. For example, Addison Freeland puts up a shot, misses, gets her own rebound, and the putback is good, making it a 1-point game again. And then the Miners quickly answer with a layup of their own. Alfin's going to bring it up the court. She's going to pass it to a wide open Freeland, whose shot bounces off the rim a couple times and is no good. Another three attempt for the Miners. That one bounces off the back of the rim and goes straight up and falls through, so that's good. Talbot brings it up, gives it to Freeland at the top of the three-point line. She's going to lose that ball. It's going to be a jump. It's going to stay here, though. We're going to get a couple of subs in. Talbot and Alfin are going to sit. And Ulabari and number 10 check in. And a nice pass to Freeland. However, it gets poked out of her hands as she tries to turn around. Goes out of bounds, but it is going to stay here with the Mustangs. Ulabari for a corner three, and that is good. I just overheard our producer say we have 4 people watching. That is NBC level viewership right now. A three for the Miners. That one is no good. They made 3 straight, giving them a 3-point lead right now. It's currently 17-20. Good pass to Freeland, and her shot is missed. Ulabari grabs it, but she's going to get fouled, so it's going to stay here under the hoop. So we're going to get 3 new people here for the Mustangs on the sub. Alfin is going to pass it to Freeland. Freeland's going to go to Ulabari in the corner. Ulabari up top. And Alfin with a turnaround jumper is no good. Rebounded by Alfin, though. She's able to stay inbounds and get the ball reset up top to Ulabari. They worked the ball all the way around a couple times. And Shelby and Ulabari and Alfin are just playing a little bit of catch, which leads to an Alfin three, no good. A loose ball, a lot of rolling, a lot of flopping, and it's going to end up being a jump ball. So that's going to go the other direction for the Miners. They're going to get a sub. We got 4.5 minutes left in the first half. Score is currently 20-17 in favor of the Miners. They're getting some good ball movement right now, and as soon as I say that, they make a pass that's a little too high, goes right into the hands of Alphen. She's going to drive the length of the court, and her fast break is no good. It was contested, but Ulibarri is going to get the rebound, and her putback is no good. And then when she tries to get it, she commits a foul of her own. It is the third team foul for the Mustangs this half. So the Miners going to go back their direction now and try and build on that lead. And that's another foul by the Mustangs. I believe they're going to call that on Freeland. No, 35. Mustangs are going to get a couple of subs here. Talbot is going to check back in. Second shot. You hate to see it. It's no good. A little short. Talbot gets the ball, passes it up to Alphen for a three, and that's off the glass and in, tying the game up. So Alphen gets the ball back. And Talbot's going to go for a three of her own, and that was no good. That shot is no good. Rebounded by the Miners, poked out by Talbot. So it is going to stay with the Miners. But it was a good effort to slow the play down a little bit. That ball poked out again by Talbot. Miners get a good pass to the free throw line. No one in front of her when she turns around, but decides to pass it out. They eventually get the ball down low. It's triple teamed by Brown, Freeland, and Talbot, which leaves number 15 wide open in the corner. And she nails a three. Freeland gets the rebound, gives it to Brown. Brown misses. Freeland gets the ball on the rebound, puts that one up, and gets fouled, so she'll go to the line for two. Next foul on the Miners will be 1 and 1. That first free throw shot by Addison is no good. Second free throw by Freeland is good. I don't know how they didn't call some form of travel or double dribble there. I didn't see anyone for the Mustangs touch that ball. But number 15 gets a good shot fake and drives and then passes it back out. And number 4 for the Miners just throws that ball out of bounds. Absolutely no one in the lane there. Talbot throws it into Alphen. Alphen's going to bring it up to court. Just under 2 minutes left in the half. Hilton passes it to Talbot in the corner. Up to number 34 who drives. Passes it back up top to Kennedy Brown. They reset and give it back to Kyla. Kyla gives it back to Brown. Brown drives to the free throw line, passes it. Alfin's got it, passes it to number 34, goes to Talbot, goes to a cutting Alfin, and they're going to call a travel. Sometimes when you're moving so quick, it's hard to get that ball on the ground before your second foot comes off the ground. The Mustangs here down 2 with a little over a minute left in the half. And number 2 for the Miners is going to take a 3. It's no good. Rebounded by number 33. That ball is going to get tipped, so it's not an over and back. But Talbot is going to block that pass. Slow everything down yet again. Got 59.6 left. Mustangs down 2. Miners with a good little play there. Pass it mid-range, spins around her defender, and just a nice little layup from the block. Hilton's got it in the corner, drives high. Handoff to Alfin, or handoff to Talbot. Talbot to Brown. Brown to Hilton. Hilton stuck in the corner, able to get a pass off. And number 34 for the Mustangs is going to get fouled. That is the 7th team foul, so we'll be in 1-and-1 right here. So there's 21.4 left in the game. Mustangs down 4. She got a chance here to make it a 1-score game for her team. Going into half. That first shot is no good. Rebounded by the Miners. Five seconds left. That shot is blocked by Hilton. And the half, the shot before the buzzer by Kennedy Brown goes a whopping 13 feet. She needed to go about 16. What? 16 feet. That is incorrect. She needed to go about 25 to 30 feet further. Anyways, the score is 25-21 in favor of the Miners at half. So we'll be back in 8 minutes. We are back for the start of the second half between the Miners and the Mustangs here at Herriman High School. This is a sophomore game. The Miners do have the lead currently, 25-21. And Ashlyn Alphen decides that is too big of a lead and comes out hot with a nice right-handed layup. 25-23. And the Miners immediately answer with a corner three. It's going to be Talbot bringing it up. That three was a little far. But Alphen ends up getting the rebound. And that's going to be Miners' ball on the jump. The Miners said, hey, tie your shoe all you want. We are throwing the ball in. Just no regard for Addison Freeland and her shoe tying activities. The Mustangs playing a lot closer defense after that three they got burned on the last possession. Good help in the corner. All right, Miners still with the ball. Never mind, as soon as I say that, Talbot gets a steal. Left-handed layup is good. That is going to make it a three-point game again. All right. Reverse layup attempt by the Miners. That's number 21. Shot is no good. Alphen on the rebound. Bringing the ball back up the court. A great pass there to Talbot. Talbot kicks it out to 20, and that's going to be a jump ball, so that one should stay here, and it does. And the Miners are going to sub number 21 out. Alphen's pass to Freeland is good, but the shot is no good. Ashlyn Alphen goes for the rebound and ends up getting in a bit of a scuffle and hits the ball out. So it's back in the Miners' possession. Miners' shot is missed, but they get their own rebound, resetting at the top. And that shot is no good. Strong defense by Addison Freeland, using her height to her advantage, standing straight up. And then Freeland for a three. She made one of those on Tuesday. It was the first three I had even seen her attempt, and she absolutely drilled it on Tuesday. Not as fortunate this time. Ball ends up going out of bounds. So the Miners do have it again. They get a good pass into the free throw, and then a kick out to the wing for a very fast three, giving them a 6-point lead, 31-25, with 4.5 left to go in the third. Alphen passes it to Ulibarri. Ulibarri's pass is swatted away. And the Mustangs end up touching it last, so it's going to go right back to the Miners. Great defense there by Ashlyn Alfin getting the steal, kicking it up to Talbot. Talbot gets fouled. Oh, that ball gets poked away from Ulibarri. But the Mustangs are able to recover. Pass over to Hilton. Hilton kicks it back up, back in the hands of Ulibarri. Ulibarri drives, goes to the corner. That's a three, and that is good. 3-point game now, 31-28. Mustangs have the ball on the sideline. They throw it in. Freeland for the jump shot is no good. But it goes out of bounds, and the Mustangs will end up keeping the ball. So they've got it under their hoop. And then a three by Ulibarri is no good. The putback is no good either. And the Mustangs end up with it again, and Kennedy Brown is going to go for a three, and that's no good. Goes out of bounds, so it'll be Miners' ball. Miners pass it up top. Not really getting a whole lot. Good defense by the Mustangs. And that is stolen. Slows it down. The ball is going to be poked out of bounds by the Miners, so it's going to stay here. Three for the Mustangs is no good. Rebounded by the Miners. They're able to hang on to the ball. As I say that, it gets stolen away. On the fast break, no good. Rebounded by Brown. It's a long two. And Ulibarri from the free throw line roughly, no good. Rebounded by the Mustangs. That's about 3 rebounds, offensive rebounds there. Then Ulibarri just loses the ball. It's going to be a jump, and it's going to go for the Miners. Miners able to penetrate the inside, kick it out for a three, and that is good. Making it a 7-point game with 1:10 left in the third. Ulibarri drives, nice right-handed layup is no good. Miners attacking, going the other way, and their throw goes off the hands of number 33 and out of bounds. So Ulibarri will throw it in for the Mustangs into Kennedy Brown. Never mind, into number 34 as Kennedy runs back. Hand off to Kennedy Brown. Kennedy drives. Kennedy with a little floater, no good. Gets her own rebound for a three, no good. Ball goes right out of bounds. So it will be Miners' ball after that shot. Miners able to move the ball around a little bit, and then they throw it over. That's going to be an over and back. Ulibarri has it. Ball was stolen away with 2 seconds left. The last second shot about a second late. It's not even close anyways. Saw the clock was expiring. He just decided to kind of let it fall off. That is going to be the end of the third. 34-27, Miners lead. All right. Looking back, start of the fourth and final quarter. Ulibarri kicking it out to Brown in the corner. Another three attempt by the Mustangs is no good. Needed to focus on getting inside and getting some more clean looks. Rush threes are not helping them. As the Miners shoot and miss a three. That might have been one of the strangest plays I've ever seen. One of the offensive players for the Miners went to hit the ball back inbounds and did just that, but it bounced off a Herriman player and went and got stuck between her knees. So she ends up being able to throw it in a second time. Then we go back the other direction after the Mustangs get it. They turn it over very quickly. Then we get a three by the Miners. That is no good. Rebounded by Alfin. And Brown for three, no good. And the Miners with a three of their own is no good. Then rebounded and the putback is blocked. Alfin brings it up to court, goes for a nice little right-handed layup, and that falls, making it a 5-point game. Miners pass it middle and lose it. Number 10 going the other direction. Her layup is no good on the fast break, but then she steals it right back, gives it to Alphen. Alphen puts it up. Alphen good. Now it's a three-point game. Mustangs right back in this. Surprise, surprise. It was when they stopped shooting threes and went to the rim. I feel like a particular someone said that. Let me just check it was me. You love to see that. It's always good when you can get inside the lane and start making some layups. It's a huge confidence booster, which gets that three-ball kicking again. But we've got a timeout. We'll be back in about 10 seconds. All right, Miners will get it with just under 6 left to play. That ball immediately poked away by Freeland, recovered by Alphen, given to Brown. Brown to Talbot. Talbot back to Freeland at the elbow. Shakes the defender and then loses the ball. Good hustle by the Mustangs to eliminate that advantage the Miners had. But then we get a blocking foul on number 10 for the Mustangs. So the Miners will have the ball under their hoop. Up 3. Very slow cutting. Miners with a deep 3. That is no good. Rebounded by Freeland. Freeland needs to get that ball. Elbows out. Eventually the Miners get their hands on it, and it's going to be a jump ball. No, pardon me, it's going to be a foul. I initially thought he put his thumbs up. I was incorrect. What's new? Hannah Brown with the ball, or Kennedy Brown with the ball, passing to Talbot. Talbot for 3, no good. Rebounded by Alphen. Alphen went up for the putback, and that was no good. Now a 2-point game for the Mustangs. It's now a 4-point game for the Mustangs as the Miners score a layup quickly in the transition. A good pass to Freeland down low. She goes up for a layup, and that is good. Alphen coming back the other direction, gets around a defender, passes it down low to the block, back up to the top for 3, and that's good. Mustangs lead with 4 minutes left, 37-36. And then that ball gets tipped, and then that one gets stolen away by the Mustangs. They're coming back the other direction. Wide open lane. That's a layup. That's a 3-point lead for the Mustangs. And that's going to be a full timeout called by Bingham. We'll be back in 1 minute. All right, we are back. Miners ball. That shot is no good. We'll go right out of bounds. So it's going to be the Mustangs ball. Ulibarri brings it up, passes it down to Hilton. Hilton turns around. Her shot is good. All of a sudden, the Mustangs have a 5-point lead. And then the Miners respond with a 3, cutting it to just 2. Pass down low to Hilton is a little too high, bounces out of bounds. It's going to go right back to the Miners as the end of this game is very, very back and forth competitive. Miners get a look for a 3, and it is no good. It's going to be a jump ball, so it's going to stay here for the Miners. So they're going to have another chance. They end up putting in a nice little layup. It's going to be 41-41 with just under 2 to go. Ulibarri drives. Gets it down to Brown. Brown passes it up top. Back over to Ulibarri in the corner. Ulibarri fakes the 3, dribbles left, pulls up, no good. Mustangs on the rebound. A pass to Freeland is tipped out by the Miners, so it's going to stay with the Mustangs. Addison Freeland's shot just bounces off the rim a couple times, no good. And that's going to stay here with the Miners. The Mustangs on the steal and breakaway. Offense shot is missed. However, it's rebounded by Hilton. Hilton gives it to Ulibarri. Ulibarri resets behind the three. Brown drives. Brown off the backboard and in to give them the lead, 43-41 with 45 seconds left to play in this fourth and final quarter. And we're going to get a timeout blue. So we'll be back in just a sec.
Full timeout. Full timeout called by Bingham coach.
All right, the Miners come in. Let's see what they drew up. With 30 seconds left, can they tie or take the lead? Not if the Mustangs have anything to do about it. Would have been a jump ball, but she rolled over with the ball when it was in her possession, making it a travel. So it's going to go right back to the Mustangs. They're going to pass it to Haley Hilton. Hilton's going to hand it off to Ulibarri and then pass it right back to Hilton with 19 seconds left. All they have to do is run it. They're not fouling for some reason. Brown passes it to Hilton. Hilton off the backboard and in. That is a 4-point lead with 8 seconds left. It looks like the Mustangs have all but sealed the fate of the sophomore Miners. And that is it. The game is over. The Mustangs complete the comeback. Down 7 at one point in the fourth quarter. End up taking a 4-point lead and winning in the last minute and a half of the game. So we'll be back for the JV game here in about 24 minutes. So we'll see you folks then. Alrighty, folks. Welcome back to game number 2 tonight. This is the JV game between the Herriman Mustangs and the Bingham Miners. Sorry, I got distracted there. Almost an over and back immediately. Kyla Talbot immediately making a 3. Giving them a quick lead. If you didn't watch the first game, the Mustangs were losing for a majority of the game and came back in the last, I don't know, minute and a half, 2 minutes, and then ended up winning by 5 points. Maybe it was only 4 points. I think the final was 45-41. But we've got our first foul of the game here, and it's going to be on the Mustangs. So our starting lineup for these Lady Mustangs is number 23, Kyla Talbot, number 15, Morgan Groning, number 24, Kalo Fafidi. Then we've got 21, Kennedy Brown, and number 12, Haley Hilton. And then for the Miners, we have number 33 throwing it in. That is Ann Henderson. Then we've got number 22, Olivia Minty. I'm going to stick with Minty. I'll probably just say Olivia. Then we have number 12, Megan Burton. Number 32, Mia Roberts. And 25, Hallie Bales. Kyla Talbot quickly coming back on the other end for the Mustangs, scoring her 5th point of the game already, only a minute and a half in. Right now it is number 12, Megan Burton with the ball. She passes it to 22, Olivia Minty. Back up to Burton. Over to 33, Henderson. She gets a good pass to Olivia. Oh, I'm sorry, Bales. And then the Miners are going to score their first bucket of the game. And Talbot is going to inbound it to Brown. Talbot to Groning. Groning tries to flip it to Talbot. It's a little too far. Luckily, Kyla is able to track it down. That pass gets stolen away by Olivia Minty. And then Kalo Fafidi is going to foul her on the other end off the fast break. So Minty is going to shoot 2 free throws. Again, sorry if I'm pronouncing that last name wrong. Olivia's first free throw is no good. I know you guys don't care right now, but my brother is in the military. He's at an event. He's currently standing with Channing Tatum. I am blown away at the fact that my brother just sent me a video of him hanging out with Channing Tatum at a military event. I am baffled. For any of you folks listening from Georgia, if you go to Fort Benning, Channing Tatum's there, so go say hi. Actually, don't do that. You probably can't make it through the gate. You can just wait outside, though, I guess. Anyways, Olivia's second free throw. Well, that was not Olivia that shot that. It was Sophie Curtis on that second free throw. Olivia is no longer in the game. A nice fake on the layup by number 25, Hallie Bales. She's able to go up and make it a tie game. Fafiti with it. Drives around her defender, goes up for the layup. Just misses, and then Groning gets the rebound, passes it back to Fafiti. Fafiti goes right and makes this one, making it 7-5 with 4:44 left in the first. Burton with the ball, and she turns it over. Gets stolen away by Haley Hilton. The Mustangs draw an offensive foul there. It's a charge. They'll get the ball right back. That ball gets stolen away from Talbot by number 11, Sophie Curtis. She goes the other way. Her pass gets swatted out by Kahlo Fafiti. So it's going to stay with the Miners, but good defense there to stop play in transition. Passing it out to number 33, Ann Henderson. Back over to Burton. Burton back up top to Bales. Back to Burton. Passes to a cutting number 33, Ann Henderson, but then gets absolutely denied by Addison Freeland. So Burton is going to sit down, and number 15, Sarah Broderlow, is going to come in for the Miners. The inbound pass to number 33, Ann Henderson. She puts it up, and it's no good. Rebounded by the Mustangs. It's Shelby Ulibarri bringing it up after checking it in. Passing it across to Hallie Burbage, who just checked in as well. She goes in for the layup, and she misses. Rebounded by the Miners. It is Henderson giving it to Curtis. Curtis's pass, trying to get it to Broderlow, is just a little too far to the right, so it bounces out of bounds. Talbot gets a pass into Freeland, but it bounces off several people's hands and goes out of bounds, so it's going to stay with the Mustangs. Ulibarri to Freeland. And Freeland pulls up with a nice little jumper inside the lane, and that's going to be good. Henderson's got it, passes it to Broderlow. Back to Henderson. And now it's number 25, Hallie Bales with the ball. Goes off the screen from Mia Roberts. And Henderson drives and puts that one in off the quick pass. And that ball is going to slowly roll out of bounds. And the Miners wisely let it roll because it goes in their favor. It's Currently Henderson bringing the ball up, passes it to Broderloh, gets it into number 25, Hallie Bales. Back to Broderloh for three, no good. Burbage bringing it up the court quickly. Gets it to Ulibarri. Ulibarri with a great pass to Fafidi. Fafidi just misses. The ball goes between a couple people's legs. No one saw it. It's scooped up by number 13, Brielle Blanchard. She passes it to Henderson after bringing it up the court. Goes back to Bales. Then Bales passes it to Henderson, and she's going to get fouled. It's already 4 fouls for the Mustangs. That pass is poked away by Hallie and recovered by Kalu Fafidi and then given to Ulibarri. Ulibarri gives it to Agil Street, who then gives it right back to Burbage, who puts it up. And her three is no good, rebounded by Addison Freeland, and she's able to convert for two, making it 11-7 with 45 left in the first. Brielle Blanchard passes it to Raylan Richardson, who goes back up to Henderson, and now it's back in the hands of Blanchard. Blanchard trying to get around Street, has to pass it to Broderloh. Broderloh goes to Richardson. The shot goes up, rebounded by Freeland, but it's going to be a jump ball, and it's going to stay here for the Miners. Groning is going to come in for Fafidi. Burton's shot for the Miners is no good. Groning brings it up to court, passes it to Addison Freeland, who's wide open, was already behind the backboard by the time she went for the layup, tried to contort her body and get around, didn't work. And then the Miners take a last-second shot, but it was no good. And she's asking for a foul, but she was basically backwards, which is not shooting position, so they're not going to give it to her. And the end of the first quarter is going to be 11-7, Mustangs lead. We'll be back in about 1 minute. All righty, Welcome back to the start of the second quarter. Quickly, Groning shoots a three. It's no good. Almost rebounded by Freeland, however, not able to secure it. It is Burton bringing it up the court for the Miners. She passes it over to Blanchard. Blanchard back to Burton. Burton gives it right back to Blanchard. Then Blanchard gives it back to Burton. Then Burton goes to Blanchard. Then Blanchard to Burton. Oh, my goodness. And then they finally get a pass middle, and it goes back out to the corner to Blanchard for three, and she's going to nail it, making it a one-point game. Burbage is going to inbound the ball to Shelby Ulibarri. Ulibarri is going to hand it right back off to Burbage, who's going to drive left. Off the rim, no good. Rebounded by Addie. She goes up for the contested putback, and that bounces off the front of the rim, so that's no good either. Rebounded by Henderson. And it's Burton calling for the ball. She gives it to Blanchard. Blanchard back to Burton, then Burton back to Blanchard, then back to Burton, then back to Blanchard. And then it's Mia Roberts with the ball at the free throw line. She turns around, and her pass is blocked. And then the Mustangs bring it back quickly the other direction. And it's Ulibarri going up for the shot, and she gets fouled, so she'll shoot two. First shot was good. Second shot was no good. And it's Hallie Bales on the rebound, and she's going to give it to Burton. Burton's going to pass it to Blanchard, who then gives it to Bales. And then Bales kicks it over, then ends up with the ball again and shoots it. No good. Rebounded by the Mustangs. Ulibarri brings it up the court, gives it to Groning. Groning drives, gives it to Burbage. The corner back up to Ulibarri. They're going to call 3 seconds in the lane there. It's going to be on Addison Freeland. And the Mustangs are going to call a timeout. So we'll be back in 30 seconds. All right, so the Miners inbound it. And it's Henderson with the ball. She passes it and gets it right back. Then Burbage is going to force the jump ball. And it's going to stay with the Miners. And Alfin is going to come check in for Street. And then the ball is going to end up going out of bounds in favor of the Mustangs. So Ulibarri trying to break the press from Burton, and she does quite easily. Gives it to Burbage. Burbage goes high, then tries to Euro step, kicks it over to Groning. Groning able to save that pass. Then she passes it to Alfin. Alfin goes to Ulibarri. Ulibarri goes to Burbage. Burbage to Groning. Groning gets the ball poked away.
Oh my gosh.
And they're going to call a kickball violation. So it's going to stay here with the Mustangs. And Sophie Curtis and Hallie Bales are going to check in for Burton and Richardson. Burbage passes it to Groning. Groning looks low, not open, gives it to Ulibarri. Ulibarri gives it right back. A great pass down to Freeland at the block. She turns around, no one in front of her, just puts it in for the nice, easy right-handed layup, making it 14-10 with just under 5 minutes left. And then Mia tries a nice Euro step layup for the Miners, but it's no good. Rebounded by Burbage, brings it all the way up the court, gives it to Groning. Groning cross-court pass to Alphen. Alphen for three. Alphen nails it. And it's Richardson with the ball. Not Richardson, I'm sorry, Henderson. And it's going to get poked out by the Mustangs. And they're going to call some subs. Burbage, Groning, and Freeland are going to sit down. And Hilton, Fafiti, and Talbot will check in. Sorry, they were all kind of standing together. Couldn't really see who was who from my angle. But the Miners just passing it around. It's currently Sophie Curtis with the ball. She gives it right back to Henderson. And they are just circling around the top. Eventually, Hallie Bales drives, and it gets blocked. She gets her own ball back, though. Tries to pass it to number 22, Olivia Minty. But they get in a little bit of a situation with the ball. It's ricocheting off a bunch of people's knees and ends up out of bounds off the knee of Olivia Minty. Kyla Talbot passes it to Ulibarri. Ulibarri gets pushed and the ball goes out of bounds, but they're not going to call the push. They're just going to call the ball out and give it right back to the Miners, who are currently down 6 with 4:40 left in the half. Is Henderson with the ball, passing it to Curtis, gives it right back, then goes over to Bales, who passes to number 31, Pamela Banaski. And Pamela loses the ball. It's stolen away by Kahlo Fafiti. She gives it to Alphen. Alphen gets it stolen from behind. And then Alphen doesn't give up on the ball and ends up poking it right back out of the Thief's hands. So it goes out on her, so it's going to stay with the Mustangs. And Ulibarri passes it to Hilton in the corner. Hilton kind of gets stuck. She passes it back over to Ulibarri. Ulibarri drives, gives it to Talbot. Talbot with a long two. No good. Rebounded by Henderson. Henderson bringing it up. Goes coast to coast and makes it. Slices through the defense there. It's Ulibarri bringing it up. Gives it to Alphen. Alphen gives it to Talbot. Talbot with the shot. No good. Out of bounds. Miners ball. And we're going to have Hallie Bales sit. And Sophie Curtis sit. And we're going to have Megan Burton and Brielle Blanchard check back in. So Henderson brings it up, gives it to Blanchard. Blanchard fakes the three. Passes it back up top to Banaski. Banaski right back to Blanchard. Blanchard to Henderson. Henderson with a good pass down low to Broderlow. We get a tough foul down low. And that's going to be on Kahlo Fafiti. Also, I just realized I've been saying Fafiti. It's Fafita. So apologies for anyone listening for Kahlo. I think I said Fafiti all last game, and I've been saying it all this game. Anyways, they make their free throws and come back the other direction, and it's going to be Hilton with the ball in the corner. She goes up, gives it to Ulibarri in the corner. She shoots no good. Rebounded by Blanchard. Blanchard gives it to Henderson. Henderson almost takes it all the way. Gives it to Broderloh. Back up to Blanchard. Blanchard looks. Gives it to Burton. Burton back to Blanchard. Blanchard to Banaski. Banaski's jump shot is no good. Rebounded by Henderson. All right, so the Miners have the ball with 1:30 left. They get it inbounded. So Burton tries to pass it to Blanchard, but it just goes right out of bounds. So the Mustangs are going to get it with 1:21 left. And Groning is going to pass it into Ulibarri. And Burbage is going to drive and scoop with the left hand, and that is good. Henderson should have been called for a carry there. Either way, the Miners try and shoot. The shot is no good. Rebounded by Burbage. Burbage goes back the other direction, gets it poked away from her, and then she pokes it away, and the Miners try and save it, and it goes out of bounds, so they'll end up with the ball no matter what. Now Ulibarri is bringing it up the court, gives it to Burbage. Burbage being guarded by Henderson. Passes over to Fafita. And that's last touched by number 32, Mia Roberts for the Miners. But they're going to say it's Miners' ball. She started laughing, so I think she knows she's the last one who touched it. And I don't know if she watched those commercials when she was younger. But anytime I see a situation like that, I think of that one kid in the commercial who tips the ball out of bounds. The final seconds of a game, tells his coach and the refs, hey, I'm the one that hit it, not the other team. They should have the ball. I know obviously it's a competitive advantage. The refs make the mistake, not you. And I'm not saying she should tell them at all. It always makes me think of that commercial. And number 25, Hallie Bales, is going to drive to the free throw line and make a layup a couple of seconds before the buzzer. And then the Mustangs are going to get one last shot, and it's going to be no good, leaving the score 18-16, heading into half. It is the Mustangs' lead. We'll be back in about 8 minutes. Welcome back to the second half of JV basketball. As Mia Roberts gets the steal and drives the other direction, she gets fouled immediately. She's going to go for 2 at the free throw line. So she makes both her free throws. They end up getting a steal and putting in another shot, giving them a 2-point lead. They go back on the other end and are not as lucky not scoring there. Kennedy Brown gets it. Her defender falls. She's able to turn around and put that one in. Sorry if I sound a little winded. I just ran up the stairs after getting some water because I forgot my bottle. And the stairs slipped out from under me. Whole thing disconnected and shot away. So I very quickly had to put it back, reconnect it, and run up here so I didn't miss too much. Just goes to show how out of shape I am. But the Miners do score there. And Talbot tries to answer, and she does. Bringing it up to court and just pulling up for 3. And we're going to get a timeout here by the Miners. So it's going to stay a Mustang lead. And we'll be back in 30 seconds. All right, so the Miners inbound it, and it's going to be number 11, Sophie Curtis, bringing it up, and she's just going to score, giving them the lead right back, 24-23. Groning is going to pass it to Fafita. Fafita's going to bring it back up top. Has nowhere to go, ends up getting a pass over to Hilton, who gives it right back to Fafita. Makes a cross-court pass to Groning. Groning fakes the 3, drives, and then misses the jumper. But Hilton ends up with the ball, and she shoots the 3, and that's no good. And Kahlo Fafita is going to try the rebound, but after some contact, loses the ball. So it's going to be the Miners ball. So the Miners, I didn't see any contact there. Hallie Bales, sorry. Anyways, the Mustangs end up with the ball. Kylo Fafita over to Groning. Groning for three. Groning no good. Rebounded by Talbot. Talbot gives it to Hilton. Hilton gives it back to Talbot. Talbot drives around her defender. Goes with a little left-handed floater or right-handed floater. No good. Grabbed by Fafita and a couple other Miners. It's going to be a jump ball in favor of the Mustangs. So now Talbot's going to pass it to Fafita. Fafita's going to go up with the right. Just rolls off the rim. And Fafita slaps it back inbounds, goes off of Sophie Curtis, and then hits Fafita as she's falling out of bounds. So it's out on her. She had 1 foot out. And we're going to get an offensive foul on the Miners there. Block. Groning has it, drives middle, passes it to Brown. Brown loses it, goes out of bounds. Miners ball. Miners still have a 1-point lead. And Ulibarri and Freeland are going to check in, as well as Burbage. They're going to come in for Groning, Fafita, and Hilton. It's number 23, Richardson, with the ball. She gives it to Roberts. Roberts no good on the shot, but she gets fouled, so she'll go up for 2 more. Roberts' first free throw is good, giving them a 2-point lead with exactly 4 minutes left in the quarter. Second shot is no good, rebounded by Addison Freeland, passed out to Shelby Ulibarri. And then Talbot's pass to Freeland is a little too far out of her reach, and it just sails out. So Burton is going to pass it into Minty, and Minty's going to give it right back to Burton. It's now Bales with the ball. Bales off the screen from Minty, goes around right, no good. Rebounded by Richardson. And they put it in, giving them a 4-point lead now. And we're going to get another foul here. And the defense, I believe it's going to be number 23. And it is. That would be Raylan Richardson. She's a freshman. Miners are going to end up with the ball. Burton's going to come back out. And Blanchard is going to come in. She's going to pass it into Bales. The pass split the wickets of Minty. Luckily, Bales is able to get it right back. She passes it to Blanchard. Blanchard goes to Richardson. Richardson passes it to Bales. Bales ends up with a jump ball, and it's going to go Mustangs' way. Street inbound to Ulibarri. Burbage with it, drives, goes to pass it to Street and just sails it. She's saying the ball got tipped. The ref's already made their call, so it doesn't matter too much. Minty with it. Gives it back to Bales. Bales to a cutting Blanchard. Good pass. Then to Roberts, then back to Minty. Then to Richardson. Richardson gets fouled by Freeland. Or Ulibarri. That's who they're going to call it on. Minty inbounds it to Blanchard. And Street fouls Blanchard. Going to get a reach in. And Blue calls a timeout. We'll be back in a minute. Back in the game here, the Miners have it. They pass it in, get it over to Blanchard. Blanchard gets it stolen away by Freeland. Freeland gives it to Ulibarri. Ulibarri brings it up the court. And crossover, go left, gives it back to Freeland. Freeland looking around, gives it back to Ulibarri. Ulibarri gives it to Brown, just a little behind her, would have had an open shot there. And then Burbage is going to take it baseline and pass it to Street, and Street is just a little under that ball, so it goes out of bounds there. So Curtis checks in for the Miners. She's got the ball. She gives it to Olivia Minty. Curtis has it again, gives it back to Minty. Gives it to Blanchard. Blanchard to Richardson. Richardson to Curtis. Curtis back to Richardson. Tries to get it to Blanchard. Tipped out of bounds by Brown and Street. And we're going to have Ava Moore check in for the Mustangs for Agile Street. Mia Roberts is going to get called for the travel for the Miners. Tried a little hop step before going up. Can't do that when you haven't dribbled yet. Ulibarri goes off the screen from Burbage. Burbage wide open, but Ulibarri just kind of loses the ball. It's going to be a jump, and that should go in favor of the Miners, and it does. Let's have Burton check back in for the Miners, and she's going to go in for Richardson. So Raylan Richardson is going to get a minute to sit down, catch her breath. So Burbage blocks the pass, goes the other direction for the fast break layup. She misses, and then the Mustangs are going to hit it out. So it's going to be going right back to the Miners, and now we're going to have number 31, Pamela Banaski, coming in for Curtis. So Burton passes it over to Minty. Minty tries to get it into Roberts, gets stolen away by Freeland. Freeland passes it to Ulibarri. Ulibarri brings it up to court. For three, no one on her, just misses. And then Banaski's going to rebound that one. 1 second left, no shot. The alarm had gone off, but Burbage still said, I'm going to shoot this one for fun. It was quite close. Wouldn't have counted anyway. But the Miners have the lead 27-23 after an uneventful third quarter scoring-wise. But we'll be back in about 30 more seconds. All right, Mustangs have the ball to start the fourth quarter. Ulibarri with it. She gives it over to Hilton. Hilton drives. Hilton with the tough layup. That goes in, making it a 2-point game. Blanchard passes it to Burton. Burton goes to Banaski. Banaski back to Burton. Burton back to Blanchard. Back to Burton. Back to Blanchard. Over to Minty. Back to Blanchard. Over to Roberts. Over to Burton. Burton has to go back to Blanchard. Blanchard misses the little shot. Rebounded by Banaski. Banaski is going to get a jump ball with Groning, and that's going to go in the direction of the Mustangs. Okay, I guess it's going in the direction of the Miners. There's going to be a foul there. First shot is no good. For Henderson. Second shot falls. And pardon me, that's not Henderson. That is Bales. So Ulibarri brings it up, goes off the screen for Groning. Looks to give it to Moore, nothing there. Gives it to Freeland eventually. Freeland just dumps it back to Ulibarri. Ulibarri goes off the screen of Freeland and gets fouled, but they're not going to call anything except out of bounds on the Miners. In my opinion, that's 2 shots, but they're not getting it. So Ulibarri inbounds it to Freeland. Freeland for 3. Oh my goodness, so close. Bounced off the rim a couple times and then eventually popped out. So 25 Bales with the ball, and she's going to lose it. That's going to be another jump ball. That one will go in the direction of the Mustangs. It was Ulibarri and Hilton who fell on it for the Mustangs. Fighting number 23, Raylan Richardson, and I believe Hallie Bales for it. Groning has the ball, drives middle, passes it to Moore. Moore, jump shot, no good. Rebounded by Groning. Groning to Moore. Moore to Freeland. Freeland's shot goes in and out. That's 2 shots she's had go in and bounce out on the past 2 possessions. It's 5 missed points for the Mustangs off of unfortunate bounces. Miners just kind of dribbling around and passing it. Ulibarri's going to get her hands on that and force another jump ball. It's going to stay here for the Miners. Another timeout blue. This one's going to be a 30. All right, so we're back. The Miners have the ball after the timeout. Pass into Roberts. She goes for the little turnaround right-hand hook shot. That is no good. And the Miners are going to tip it out of bounds. Kyla Talbot bringing it up the court after freshly checking in along with Ashlyn Alfin. Talbot's shot is no good. And then Talbot's going to steal it right back. She's going to pass it to Groning. Groning thought Freeland was going to turn around to the block. She did not, so it goes out of bounds. Mustangs still down 3. Roberts with the ball. Not Roberts. Richardson. And then Burton is going to rebound it with a foot out of bounds. So Talbot's going to bring it back up. Pass it to Hilton. Hilton over to Alfin. Alfin to Freeland. Freeland with the shot. No good. Just over the rim. And that is grabbed by Bales, and she's going to bring it up and then pass it to Burton. She's going to get it right back to Bales, who then gives it to Blanchard, who goes right back to Bales, who gives it to Burton, who gives it to Richardson, who then goes back up top to Bales, who goes to Blanchard, who goes, you guessed it, back to Bales and back to Burton. Richardson, Blanchard, Richardson, Roberts, good. Offen with it, down 5. Passes it to Hilton. Hilton to Groning. Groning to Freeland, and Freeland's going to get fouled hard. She gets fouled out of her shoe. We're going to get 3 subs for the Miners here. And we're going to get a timeout by the Mustangs. We'll be back in 30. All right, welcome back from that timeout. Burbage. Ulibarri is going to throw it into Groning. Groning is going to turn around, and her shot is no good. Rebounded by Roberts for the Miners. And Curtis is going to bring it up. Curtis gives it to Burton. Burton for 3. Burton no good. Rebounded by Freeland. Ulibarri's got it. Passes it across to Hilton. Hilton to Groning. Groning with the scoop. No good, but she gets fouled. She'll be shooting 2. Down 5 with 3:02 left to go. Make 2 of these free throws, only down 1 bucket. First one is no good. So no matter what, it is a 2-possession game. Freeland gets the rebound. They're going to call something I did not quite see. They're going to call a foul on Groning. We're going to get another timeout. It's going to be a full by the Miners. We'll be back in a minute. All right, so the Miners have the ball. Bringing it up the court quickly is Curtis. She gives it to Roberts. Roberts gives it to Minty. Minty to Burton. Burton to Curtis. To Minty. It's going to be a jump ball right there. It's going to stay here. Ulibarri brings the ball up to court. She gives it to Hilton. Hilton gives it over to Groning. Groning looking around, finds a cutting Burbage. Burbage gives it to Ulibarri for the open three, and that is no good. Rebounded by Curtis for the Miners. Brings it all the way up to court, gives it to Burton. Burton wide open. Wastes a couple of seconds, letting the defense catch up. And now Minty's got it again. Gives it back to Burton. Burton gives it back to Minty. And it gets stolen away by Haley Hilton. And we're going to get another timeout with just under 2 minutes left to go. Mustangs down 5. Groning passes it in to Ulibarri. Ulibarri tries to get a great pass over to Burbage. Burbage gets her foot out of bounds, so it's going to be Miners' ball with 1:47 left to go. Roberts has it. Oh my goodness, that should have been a charge. Straight up put her shoulder in the chest of Roberts. And then, I don't want to say she flops, but she kind of barely got hit and fell down. And then about 3 people fell down right after. So we have an injury timeout. We'll be back. All right, so Mia Roberts was able to get up on her own, walk over to the bench. She's still getting checked out. Miners do have the ball and a 5-point lead with 1:15 left to play. And that foul is going to get called on Burbage. So we're shooting free throws now. That's 1-1. First shot is good. Second shot is good as well. It is now a 7-point game with just over a minute to play. Take one heck of a comeback here. Ulibarri for three, no good. Rebounded by the Miners. Going to pass it to Curtis, and Ulibarri's going to foul. So he'll do two more free throws. Well, a 1-1. First one is good. Second one is no good. Rebounded by Burbage. Given to Talbot. Given to Ulibarri. Ulibarri drives. Gives it to Groning. Groning loses it. Grabbed by the Miners with 40 seconds left, and Talbot's going to foul. Got more free throws. First one is good. All of a sudden, it's a 9-point game. Second one is good. Now a 10-point lead for the Miners. Ulibarri gives it to Groning. Groning gives it to Fafita, and Fafita shoots. Fafita, no good. Burbage tries to save it. Ends up going to the hands of the Miners. 15 seconds left. Probably just going to run this one out. And it's Burton up top with 5 seconds left. Gives it to Bales. Bales to Blanchard, and that is the game. The Bingham Miners win this one 35-25, scoring 5 points in the last minute just on free throws. And we'll be back in about half an hour. The varsity game starts at 7 o'clock, so we'll see you in 28 minutes. The tip is up. And it's won by the Miners. Our starting lineup is Lexi Jensen, Kenley Inger, Presley Heggie, Hallie Burbage, and Mariah Mons for the Mustangs. We're going to start off with a quick three by number 24, Brianna Badani. For the Miners. Mons is going to get tripped. They're going to call a foul right there real quick. That's on number 30, Ruby McLeish. Their other starters are a number 21, Chloe Daniels, number 20, Sierra Lichty, and 33, Ann Henderson. So Mons has it, gets it to Heggie from the elbow. That's good from the right elbow. So Heggie with the first points for the Mustangs. It's Lichty with the ball up top. She gives it to Daniels. Daniels feeds it to Badani, and she makes another three. She's already 2 for 2 from beyond the arc tonight. Inger's got it in the corner, and she throws to Burbage, who goes for the layup, and it's no good. Rebounded by Daniels, given to Lichty. Lichty, rather. That was a horrible voice crack. McLeish goes for the shot, and it's no good. But they rebound it and get it back to McLeish, and she puts it in the second time, making it 8-2 already. And that's going to have the head coach for the Mustangs calling a quick timeout. All right, so we're back after the timeout. Mons is going to inbound it to Inger. And Inger is going to bring it up the court. She's going to pass it over to Jensen. Jensen's going to get it to Inger. Inger's going to get it to Heggie. Heggie to Burbage. Burbage to Inger. Or Burbage to Inger with the shot. She'll put that in. That's good. It is Daniels bringing it up the court right now. She's guarded by Hallie Burbage. The ball is over to Badoni. She tries to get it to Lichty. It's going to be a jump ball won by the Mustangs. So we have Inger bringing the ball up the court. She passes it to Inger from the corner. Three off the rim, no good. Rebounded by Jensen. Jensen back to Inger. Inger shot fake. Beautiful play. Goes for the little floater. No good. And it's Badoni bringing it up the court for the Miners. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing your last name incorrectly. And it's going to be Chloe Daniels with the bucket for the Miners, making it 10-4 with just under 5 to play in the first quarter. Mons gives it to Heggie. Heggie from the elbow again. This time not as fortunate. And Lexi Jensen's going to go up for the rebound, but end up getting a personal foul. That was her team's first. Badoni is going to get subbed out. Badoni for number 10, Ayana Cox. The Miners turn over that ball on the inbound. Just sails right back out of bounds. We've got ref stoppage. I think the clock wasn't running. There it goes. All right, Lexi Jensen with the ball. Gives it to Mons. Mons goes off the screen for Heggie. Heggie falls down. Mons has nowhere to go with it now. Ends up having to give it to Jensen back up top. Jensen goes around. Gives it to Inger. Inger's reverse lay is no good. But she's able to get the ball and get it to Burbage. Burbage is just going to drive, go right. And she misses. So now it's Cox bringing the ball up the court. Gives it to Daniels. Lichty with the ball. She drives to the left elbow, pulls up, and she is good from the elbow. Heggie with it, drives middle, passes it to Burbage. Burbage for another three. That one hits, making it a 5-point game, 7-12, with 3:15 in the first. Lichty with it, goes off the screen from Cox, passes it back to Cox, goes back to Lichty, Lichty to Daniels, Daniels over to McLeish. And now it's Henderson, goes back to Cox, back to Henderson, right back to Cox. Daniels is going to cut. It's going to go to Lichty. Lichty's going to do a nice spin move off the glass, right off the corner there and in. It's a beautiful spin move and finish from Lichty. Jensen on the other end bringing it up. Passes it to Mariah Mons. Mons goes right around her defender, splits two more, gets an easy right-handed layup after she breaks through the defense. Cox brings it up the floor. And Jensen's going to fall on it, and it's going to be a jump ball. That'll stay here for the Miners. And now Badoni's going to come back in. Oh, I'm sorry. Broderloh is going to go in. Lichty with the ball. Gets a good pass to Daniels. Daniels with a finish. This right-handed layup around the defense. The shot is no good for the Mustangs, but it's Mons who goes for the putback, and she's going to get blocked by Daniels. And then she's going to poke it out, and Groning's going to pick it up. She just checked in a second ago. Inger with the pass to Burbage. Burbage, a nice shot fake for three, and that one's good. Absolutely drains it. The student section is on fire now. That was one heck of a shot fake. Defender just flew past her, and Mons with good defense there. Her hand just poking the ball away, goes out of bounds. Going to get quite a few subs here. Cox and Henderson are going to sit down for the Miners, and Mons is going to sit down for the Mustangs. We've got Heggie and Or that's it for the Mustangs. I'm sorry, Mons was the only one that checked out. But we've got number 25, Brianna Badani, or Hallie Bales coming in. And then number 15, no, 24, Brianna Badani. There we go. Daniels passes the ball into Broderloh. Broderloh to Daniels. Daniels on the wing right now with the ball, passing it down back to Broderloh. Broderloh back to Daniels, who's going to reset at the top. Going to give it to Badani. Who gives it to Lichty for the three. In and out, no good. Rebounded by Lexi Jensen. She's going to pass it to Burbage. Burbage is feeling it right now. She drives, passes it to Heggie. Heggie over to Inger. Inger drives, goes back to Burbage. Wide open for three. No good on that one. Rebounded by Heggie. A beautiful save and a great pass to Lexi Jensen, and she's going to put it in. Absolutely phenomenal effort there to make it a one-score game with just under 10 seconds left to go in the first. And Badani is going to lose the ball, and it's going to go out of bounds. Mustangs have it with 2.5 seconds left with a chance to tie or take the lead going into the second quarter. And it's Jensen. She's going to drive half court. Oh, so close. Mustangs bringing it back to only a 2-point game after a very slow start. And we'll be back in about 1 minute's time. Welcome back to the second quarter here.
Sound, is it just me?
All right, so it's Lichty with the ball right now for the Miners. She passes it to number 30, McLeish. McLeish gives it back, and now it's Daniels with the ball. Daniels trying to get it to Lichty. Finally does. Lichty gets it swatted away by Mons and is able to grab it back. That's going to be a jump ball. Lichty's very upset. Very clearly a jump ball. There's about 4 people with hands on it. She was the only one for her team. So Inger brings it up to court. She gives it to Jensen. Jensen goes to Mons in the corner. Mons for 3. No good. And that's McLeish on the turnaround, and that's no good. Rebounded by Heggie. Heggie to Jensen. Jensen looking. Gives it to Groning. Groning pull up, no good. Rebounded by Jensen. Jensen gives it back to Groning. Groning gives it to Mons. Mons drives. Floater is no good. Rebounded by Daniels, going the other direction. And they're going to call a foul on Inger there. That's going to be the first foul on Kenley. And Lexi Jensen is going to sit, and Hallie Burbage is going to check back in. Inbound from Lichty to Daniels over to Badani. And then that shot's no good for the Miners, and Mariah Mons on the rebound. Ooh, a good fake pass, and then a Euro step, gets the layup, ties the game at 6:16 left to go, scores 16-16. There's a lot of sixes there. So it's Badani with the ball. She passes it to McLeish. McLeish gets it down low to Lichty. Lichty guarded by two people, gets fouled as she goes up. She'll shoot two from the line. And they're going to call the foul on Kenley Inger, so she has back-to-back fouls. So Lichty is getting ready for her first shot. And that is good. Second shot is good as well. So the Mustangs go back the other direction after getting the ball back. And it's Burbage getting trapped. Gets it to Mons. And Mons accidentally dribbles it off her foot and out. So the Miners get the ball back. So it's Badani with it. She passes to a cutting Daniels, and that is good. 20-16, now the score. Lexi Jensen brings it up. Gives it to Burbage, Burbage to Mons, Mons to Jensen, back to Burbage. She goes to the corner, pulls up mid-range, bounces off the rim twice and over. Rebounded by Lichty for the Miners. She passes it to Daniels, and Daniels gets another cutting layup. That one doesn't go in, but she'll get fouled by Burbage. Burbage in disbelief that they would call that a foul. So we've got two more here, and it's Daniels this time. First one is no good. Misses both. Groning goes up for the rebound, and Lichty is going to get called for an over the back and then argue with the ref about it. Maybe not so much argue as much as trying to understand what the call was for. So Jensen passes it to Groning in the middle. Groning gets it back out. Ends up back in Jensen's hands. And Jensen passes it to Mons on the wing. Mons, nowhere to go, gets it to Burbage to reset. Burbage finds an open Heggie. Heggie finds an open Burbage. Over to Mons. So Hallie passes it to Lexi. Lexi tries to pass it to Presley, but it gets blocked, and Jensen is going to put it in after recovering her own pass. So Daniels wanted a scream from Badani, but didn't get it. Jensen was all over it. So Lichty cuts. Lichty gets a shot up and just misses everything on that one. Heggie brings it back. Burbage passes it back to Heggie, then to Mons. Back to Jensen. Jensen drives, turns around. No good. Rebounded by McLeish. McLeish drives on Groning. No good, and then swatted out by McLeish. Trying to get her own rebound, ended up just hitting it out of bounds. Groning is going to sit, and Kenley Inger is going to check back in. She sat down for a minute. She's got 2 fouls. Your leading scorer for the Mustangs right now is Hallie Burbage with 6. Tied for leading scorer in the game. Mon's shot is no good. The other 2 leading scorers both have 6 as well, and it is I'm sorry, I zoned out there for a second. It's Daniels and Lichty, and Jensen just absolutely shot fakes Lichty. She goes jumping. So we're going to get a foul here. And it's on Lexi Jensen. That's her second. Daniels inbounds it to Lichty. Lichty tries to spin around, but just gets stuffed by 3 people. Heggie's going to bring it all the way up and then get it to Inger. Inger with a little step back fadeaway off 1 foot. Absolutely nails it. That's 2 more points for Kenley Inger. So the Mustangs now have the lead after coming back and tying it. Daniels tries to go for a hard-headed layup. It just runs into the brick wall that is Hallie Burbage and then loses the ball. It is recovered by the Miners, though, and it's currently Badani with it. She tries to do a spin pass and ends up traveling. So now the Mustangs have the lead and the ball. So now it is Jensen with it. She passes it to Mons. Mons back to Jensen. Jensen to Burbage. Down to Inger. Down to Heggie. In and out. Rebounded by Daniels for the Miners. Over to McLeish. Then down to Lichty, who's just losing the ball. And Lexi Jensen is going to grab it. Teammates are telling Lichty to calm down. She's getting frustrated at every call right now. At least that's how it seems. Every time the whistle is blown, it looks like she's just upset. But we're going to get a timeout, so we'll be back in a minute. All right. So the Miners have the ball. Daniels throws it into Lichty. Lichty's looking for McLeish, doesn't have her. Gives it to Badani. Badani drives all the way around, gives it to Henderson. Henderson to McLeish. McLeish tries to spin around Burbage, but it's no good. Daniels gets the rebound. Her putback is no good. And then Burbage grabs the ball, and she's going to get the jump ball there, so it's going to go to them. Everyone is loud, loud, loud right now. It's not going to be a jump ball, actually. It's going to be a foul on Daniels. She kind of tried to pull Burbage to the ground. So Jensen passes it to Heggie. Heggie gets it to Burbage. Burbage gets it to Mons. Mons to Inger. Inger to Jensen. Jensen from the elbow. In and out. Five seconds left before halftime. Badani's got it. She's going to get the last second shot, and it's no good. So that's the final, not the final, that's the score going into halftime, 22-20. Mustangs lead, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. right, welcome back to the second half of basketball here between the Mustangs and the Miners. The Miners currently down 2, Mustangs up. Peggy with the jump shot, and just like that, Mustangs are up 4. They score immediately out of the half. Now it's Badani with the ball. Gives it to Lichty. Lichty fakes the 3. Tries to Euro step between 2 defenders. Gets a foul. It's on the floor, so no shots, but they'll inbound the ball right here. That's going to be number 3 on Inger. So it's Lichty with the ball again, gives it to Daniels. Badani with the 3, no good. And it's Hallie Burbage with the rebound, gives it to Lexi Jensen. Jensen brings it up, gives it to Mons, right back to Jensen, excuse me, had a little bit of a hiccup there. And Burbage is going to drain her 3rd 3 of the game, making her the leading scorer for both teams with 9. And just like that, it went from a 2-point game to a 7-point game in only a minute. Daniels drives, gets it out to Badani. Badani hands it off to Lichty. Lichty gives it to Henderson. Henderson gets it stripped away by Monge, recovered by Inger. Inger brings it up, gives it to Burbage. Another 3, and she's good! 9 points. 12 points for Burbage here, has double anybody else. Just like that, it's a 10-point game. Miners just trying to work the ball around right now, trying to figure something out. Lichty throws up a 3. It's no good. Rebounded by Inger. And Burbage for another 3, and it's good! A contested 3 over a defender in her face. She drains it, make it 15 on the night for number 14, Hallie Burbage. Standing ovation from the crowd, her teammates. Everybody's going crazy, and we've got a timeout. Miners, just like that, it's a 13-point game, all on the shoulders of Hallie Burbage. We've got a timeout. We'll be back in 30 seconds. This game has shifted in tone. Clock didn't start. We're going to drop the clock 5 seconds. All right. Lichty's going to inbound it to Badani. Badani's going to give it to Daniels. Daniels looking for Lichty. Lichty gets it at the elbow on the left or the right side. Tries to make a pass to no one. Stolen by Inger. Inger brings it. Gives it to Mons. Wide open 3 for her. No good. Lichty gets the rebound. Passes it to McLeish. McLeish down to Daniels at the block. Back to McLeish in the corner. And she falls with it. And Hallie Burbage is going to poke that ball out, but they're going to say she hit her arm. So that's going to be a foul on Hallie. And now we've got number 25, Hallie Bales, checking in for Ava Henderson, or Annie Henderson, or Ann Henderson. Annie. We'll just stick with Henderson. Lichty throws it in to McLeish. McLeish surveying. Gives it to Bales. And Burbage is going to get another foul on McLeish again. That's going to be her third, so she's going to sit down. Her coach and everybody's telling her, hey, don't be upset, 3 fouls, it's whatever. You have 15 points right now. She's going to get subbed out for Groning. She's going to come in for her. And that is Lichty passing it to Henderson, getting it to McLeish, who gives it to a cutting Daniels, who's able to put it in with a right-hand layup, making it 35-22. Or 33-22. They added the score to the wrong side. They fixed it now. But it doesn't matter. They're going right back up. Groning scores on a little scoop. Her first bucket of the game. Daniels has it, guarded by Heggie. Pass down to Henderson. Henderson gets it to Lichty. Lichty throws it away, gets stolen by Heggie. Heggie gets it to Jensen. Jensen makes the bucket on a contested layup. That's her 8th point. Now it's 37-22. It's a 15-point game. Just 4 minutes ago, it was a 2-point game. 3 after 3 after 3 after takeaway after takeaway after takeaway. The Miners have just been shut down so far the first half of this third quarter.
I believe that was a body foul. Hey, come back over here. I would like to come out and talk to you.
But Badani's going to get fouled, so she's going to shoot free throws here. It's already 4 fouls for the Mustangs. Just under 4.5 minutes into the quarter. And Badani's going to make that for her first bucket of the game. And not her first bucket of the game, her 7th point of the game. And she makes her second as well. It's now a 13-point lead for the Mustangs. Jensen throws it into Mons. Mons gives it right back. Groning with a shot, in and out, no good. But the ball is hit out by, I believe that is Badani. And we've got number 15, Broderloh, checking in, as well as number 10, Ayana Cox. And Groning is going to get the ball on the inbound and make it. She's also going to get fouled, so she's going to step to the line for the old-fashioned 3-point play. See if she can convert on this. And that is good. So that's 3 for her, 5 on the night. It's now 40-24. After a very underwhelming second quarter. And that's a foul on Lichty. Can't put your arms over someone when they're turning. we're going to get a delay of game bench warning on the coach for the Miners, and Ulibarri is going to check in. And she's going to throw it to Inger. Inger's just going to have to toss it. She was trapped in the corner. Daniels recovers, gives it to McLeish, who gives it to Broderloh, who gives it back to McLeish. McLeish to Daniels. Daniels, McLeish. Everyone's trying to find Lichty. But Kenley Inger just playing great defense on her, keeping her body in front when she needs to and behind when they're up high. But Broderloh is going to get fouled, and she's going to step to the line for 2 shots here. She's going to make her first one. And Mons and Heggie are going to sit down, and Jensen and Burbage are going to come back in. Jensen drives, and her foot's going to slip out from under her, and that's going to be a travel. She tried to come to a jump stop, and her back foot just kept sliding. She tried her best to keep her toes down. Now McLeish passes it down to Lichty. Lichty has to get rid of it immediately. She gets triple teamed. Everybody's on her, which leaves McLeish open for a 3, and it's no good. Rebounded by Burbage. Burbage cuts high, gets the ball from Inger, then she throws it over to Ulibarri. Ulibarri gives it to Jensen. Jensen no good for 3. It's Daniels bringing it back quickly, trying to take advantage. And it's no good. They're going to call a charge there. The Miner fans are losing their minds right now. I think we're going to get a tech here in a second on the coach. Boom, there it is, called it. I am a genius, folks. That is a technical foul on the coach for the Miners. We'll be back in just a minute, folks. Well, at least my commentary will be. We're going to watch Lexi Jensen shoot 2 free throws. All right, so Jensen goes 1 for 2 from the free throw line, making it a 12-point game. And Mons is going to check in for Jensen. And Heggie came back in for Inger. So it's Ulibarri at the point right now. She throws it to Burbage but loses it. They're going to call a jump ball there. That's going to go for the Miners. So it's Cox bringing the ball up the floor. Throws it to Lichty. Lichty for a quick 3. And that's good. It's now a 9-point game with under a minute left to go in the third. They're slowly crawling their way back into this game. Burbage says, I can do it too, goes for 3, and it's good! That is 18 for Hallie Burbage. Anything you can do, I can do better, she says, as she drains that 3. from a couple feet behind the line in the corner. Back on the other end, Daniels is throwing it into Cox. Cox goes for three, and that's an air ball rebounded by Burbage. Burbage says we're going to slow things down here. Gives it to Mons. Mons for three, and that's good. That is good for Mariah Mons. Make it 7 for her, and make it another 15-point lead for the Mustangs. Lichty with the ball, nowhere to go, getting trapped by Heggie all on her own. Eventually gets the ball away, and now it's Lichty back in the same spot and gets that layup to fall as the buzzer goes. So the Mustangs are going to have a 13-point lead heading into the fourth quarter. We'll be back in 1 minute. So the ball is inbounded to Jensen here. She's just going to drive right away, gives it to Inger, and now Inger's going to drive. She fakes, she turns around, fade away, no good. Rebounded by McLeish. McLeish to Badani, who gives it to Daniels. Daniels goes up, no good. Heggie with the rebound. Heggie slows down, gives it to Inger. Letting everything get set up. Gives it to Burbage. Burbage off the screen, about the free throw line. In and out, so close. And Lichty wants the ball. She gets it. She passes it over to Badoni. It's Lichty with the ball back up top. We're going to get a foul call here. So we're going to get 2 free throws for McLeish. Both of those are good. Mons goes up for the right-hand layup. It's no good. Rebounded by the Miners. It's Lichty driving in, and she's going to get hit by Inger. That's going to be 4 on Inger. And 8 team fouls here. And we're going to get a timeout from the Mustangs, so we'll be back in a minute. First free throw is good for McLeish. Second one goes in as well, making it a 9-point game. Inger's got the ball. She gives it to Heggie down low. Heggie goes left, spins back right, and in a nice hook shot for the finish off the glass and in. It's Daniels with the ball. She gives it to Lichty. Lichty drives, and she gets a bucket to fall. That shot is no good, rebounded by Daniels. And now it's Bodoni giving it to McLeish. McLeish puts it up and in, and she's going to get fouled and one. Inger's going to foul out of the game. Her free throw is up and good. It's now only a 6-point game. So Jensen's got it. She gives it to Mons. Mons for a deep three. No good. Rebounded by Lichty. They score again, making it a 4-point game. Heggie's got it. Gives it to Mons. Mons to Jensen. Jensen goes around a defender. Up, no good. Rebounded by Jensen. So Jensen's got it. She cuts between two defenders, gets tripped up. It's going to be Henderson with the foul. So Burbage is going to inbound it to Heggie. She gives it to Mons. Mons from the free throw line. Mons is good. So it's Lichty with the ball on the other side. Badani for three, no good. That's a foul on number 30, McLeish. You can't hit the back of someone and push their arms out of the way and attempt to get the ball. That is an obvious foul, and for some reason there is disdain on the faces of the fans for the Miners. I mean, that was as obvious as it gets. Groning misses her free throw, so they get the ball back. And Groning is going to poke it away from Daniels. It's going to stay over here. Lichty throws it into Daniels. Daniels guarded by Heggie. That's going to be a charge as Lichty hits Heggie in the face. Heggie was straight up and down. Got a shoulder and elbow right into the jaw. So Lexi Jensen bringing the ball up with 3.5 to go, gives it to Groning. Groning goes over to Heggie. Heggie drives, gives it to Mons. Mons drives, gives it to Burbage for three! You gotta be kidding me, make it 21! Burbage is on fire! Back to a 9-point lead. We've got a timeout by the Miners. Thanks to Hallie Burbage single-handedly carrying this team right now offensively. Shot after shot after shot. We'll be back in 1 minute. All right, folks. We have just under 3 minutes and a 9-point lead here. Henderson has the ball for the Miners. And she scores. She gets fouled. That's an and one. Oh, my goodness. How is this happening? My face is bleeding. So Henderson is going to go up for a free throw real quick. Shot is good. It's going to be another foul on Groning. I meant on Henderson. Groning was the one that got fouled. It was a slip up on my end. And she makes the first free throw. both teams with a scary amount of fouls right now. 10 for the Mustangs, 9 for the Miners. Second free throw is good as well. Make it an 8-point game. Scores right now for the Mustangs have 21, 9, 9, 7, and 6. Lichty makes a 3 for the Miners, as their scores are Lichty with 16, then 12, 8, 8, and 3 for the players that are currently in. Mons for 3, and she misses. Rebounded by Daniels, given to Lichty, one-on-one. Lichty's going to get fouled, so she's going to shoot 2 here. Her first free throw is good. It's a 4-point game. She's got 17. Second one is good. It is a 3-point game with 2 minutes and 1 second left to go. You love to see moments like this, games like these. So it's Jensen with the ball, guarded by Henderson. She just drives, gives it to Heggie at the elbow. Heggie backs away, lets everything clear out, gives it to Groning. Groning gives it back to Jensen. They'll reset. Mons cuts across. Jensen gives it to Groning. Heggie, no good. Rebounded by Daniels for the Miners. Cox is back in for the Miners. Henderson gives it to McLeish. McLeish goes up, and that is good. It is a 1-point game, folks. 1-point game. We'll be back in a minute. So Jensen able to get the pass off the inbound, beating the press. Lichty's hands are all over her, and they finally call the foul for it. So Jensen's going to go to the line for 2. That's double bonus. That's 2 shots no matter what. Both teams at 10 fouls. Absurd amount of fouling going on this game. Jensen drains it, giving him a 3-point lead with 1:01 left to go. Makes the second one, and now we've got a 30-second timeout by the Mustangs, who have a 4-point lead. 3-point lead. 1:01 left. We'll be back. All right, so the ball is inbounded and given right back to Daniels. Daniels gives it to Lichty, who gives it back to Daniels. Daniels drives. Layup is good. Good finish with the left hand. Lexi Jensen getting quadruple teamed right here. Gets the ball to Heggie. Gets the ball to Mons. Mons crosses over, gets fouled. 29 seconds left, 1 point lead. The Mustangs are going to be shooting 2 because that is their 11th foul for the Miners. They may be the Miners, but they are in major foul trouble. It's playing a gigantic role in this game right now. And Mariah Mons drains the first one, making it a 3-point game. 2-point game. I keep looking at the score after it changes and forgetting. Second one is good. Now it's a 3-point game. Score is 60-57. 30 seconds left. We'll be back. So the Miners are bringing the ball up, down 3 with 25 seconds left to play. It's Daniels with the ball. Daniels looking for someone to get open. Gets it to Lichty. Back to Daniels in the corner. Gives it to McLeish. McLeish for a long 3. Misses it. Rebounded by Henderson, and her putback is no good. Groning is able to get to that loose ball. She's going to get fouled, but the refs are discussing to see if it was a travel call or not. So 1.2 seconds left. The Mustangs have a 3-point lead and free throws. A full timeout for the Miners. We'll be back in 1 minute. Daniels has officially fouled out. Daniels has fouled out for the Miners. All right. If Groning can make one of these, it is all but over. First one is good. 4-point lead, 1 second left. I'm no betting man, but I think that's the game. That's it. That is the game, folks. The Mustangs win Mustangs beat the Bingham Miners, exacting their revenge after last time they played. Well, folks, the final score was 61-57 in favor of your Herriman Mustangs. We appreciate each and every person who listened tonight and hope you appreciated our commentary and stream of the video. If you did, please leave a like and subscribe. Tell your friends and family about it so they can check out their friends and family. We enjoy doing this and hope to do it for more people, so likes and subscribes do help, folks. We will see you again in just a few days. Have a good night.